Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as being a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and be done away with. The country may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed for the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings. 15th December. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, 16, 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28 and page 29. At the commencement of public business, item listed additional papers. 4. I, Minister for Food and Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask for your leave and the indulgence of colleagues here to allow the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation to lay for the Minister.
Thank you. I trust there is no objection. Honorable Minister.
Charter of the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, CIGCI.
The charter is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Agric for consideration and report. Aye, sir.
Headquarters agreement with the Republic of Ghana and the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, CIGCI.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask for your leave and the indulgence of colleagues here to allow the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation to lay for the Minister. And Sanitation to lay for the Minister.
Thank you. I trust there is no objection. Honorable Minister.
Charter of the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, CIGCI.
The charter is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Agric for consideration and report. Aye, sir.
Headquarters agreement with the Republic of Ghana and the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, CIGCI, for the establishment in Accra of the permanent headquarters of the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, CIGCI.
The agreement is duly presented and is referred to the Agriculture for consideration and report. Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Speaker, I plead kindness if the referrer, you could add the leadership of the Foreign Affairs Committee, mainly because it's country to country, Cote d'Ivoire, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, and Republic of Ghana. If you may, involve the leadership of the Affairs Committee.
Very well, if that's a request. The leadership of the Foreign Affairs Committee is added to give good measure. I think item 5 will remain. The leaders are not here. Honorable, can we move to 6?
Mr. Speaker, I think that we could the order of business and rather go to 14.
14.
14.
1-4.
That's on page 6.
Item listed 14 on page 6. Very well. Consideration stage. Chairman of the committee. Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman is ready.
Thank you. Have we started anything at all? Have we started anything at all? Clause 1.
Money laundering.
Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Amendment proposed, subclause 3. Delete and insert the new rendition captured on page 6 of the order.
Honorable members, for consideration, the proposed amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Yes, have it. Clause 2, no amendment. Yes. Thank you. Then the question, therefore, is that clause 1, as amended, should stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2.
Abatement of money laundering.
Clause.
Conspiracy to commit money laundering.
Honorable Chairman. The question is that clauses 2 and 3 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4.
Penalty for money laundering.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 1, delete all and insert and, so that it will read a fine of not less than 100 and not more than 500% of the proceeds of money laundering in the case of an individual.
Thank you very much. It's obvious. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 4, as amended, should stand part, and all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5.
Of proceeds of money laundering.
Clause 6.
Establishment of Financial Intelligence Center.
Clause 7.
Of the center.
Clause 8.
Functions of the center.
Clause 9.
Governing body of the center.
Clause 10.
Functions of the board.
Clause 11.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the board.
Clause 12.
Tenure of office of members.
Clause 13.
Meetings of the board.
Clause 14.
Disclosure of interest.
Honorable members, listed amendment to these clauses is for consideration of the House. And the question is that clauses 5 to 14 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 15.
Committees of the board.
Honorable Chairman.
The Speaker, clause 15. Amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, delete may, and it consisting of members of the board and non-members shall, so that clause 15 sub now will read, a committee of the board consisting of members of the board and non-members shall be chaired by a member of the board.
Honorable members, for your consideration. I put a question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say the ayes have it. And the question is that clause 15 as amended should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16.
Allowances.
Clause 17.
Policy directives.
Clause, yes.
There is no advertised amendment in clause 17, but it's a proposal to delete clause 17. So, the Speaker, at all material times, the Minister directs the Financial Intelligence Center, and they will comply. But you don't want this to be in the law, that the Minister may give directives on matters of policy to the board, and the board shall comply. One of the reasons why Ghana has been put on the grey list is because the weaknesses in our anti-money laundering law, and we don't want to send a signal to the international community that your Financial Intelligence Center board is subject to ministerial, and so there's a proposal that clause 17
be deleted.
be deleted, but
Honorable for consideration of the House. I see the minority that nodding favorably. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And clause 17 said accordingly. 18. No way. No, I did. Clause 18.
Appoint executive officer.
Clause 19.
Functions of the chief executive officer.
Clause 20.
Appointment of deputy chief executive officer.
Clause 21.
Secretary to the board.
Honorable members, the question is clause 16, 18, 19 to 1 should stand part of the bill. Yes, and
as per your indulgence, probably you can put the question 19 to 20. Now, with 21, the chief executive officer shall, acting in consultation with the board, a person appointed under section 22 to the board. That is normally not the practice. The practice is that we appoint a secretary to the board. There is a secretary to the board, maybe who has background, but you don't put it that the chief executive consult with the board to designate a person. Other than that, every other can decide that this is the board secretary, this is the board secretary. So you probably may put the question on 19 and 20. Let's thoroughly look at 21. There must be a secretary to the board. Agreeable. We should just, by statute, create it. There is a secretary to the board. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
The question is that 16, 18, 19, 20 stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Now, Honorable Minority Leader, 21.
Mr. Speaker, with an indulgence, if you read 21(1) well, it says the Chief Executive Officer shall, in consultation with the board, designate a person appointed under Section 20. 22 talks about appointment of other staff. The board secretary, not just any other staff. So I think that we should just say there shall be a secretary to the board. Then we create it. There is a secretary to the board. And aside, maybe
appointed by the board.
Appointed by the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There shall be a secretary appointed by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, please. You buy it?
Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of working together,
in the spirit of quid pro quo, all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is, plus 21, as amended to the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Plus 22.
Appointments of other staff.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 22, amendment proposed, sub-clause 1, line 2, delete proper and effective, and insert effective and efficient. Mr. Speaker, we have used the same phraseology in the past lately.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 22 as amended to stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Clause 23, no amendment. No listed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, it appears to have an older version of the There's a version 3.0, which is dated 2nd November. Yeah,
Which affects,
yeah, so
23.
amendment has been rightly moved, but my colleague here is holding an earlier version. He drew my attention to it, but that's what's been distributed. But
Please, this relates to which clause?
the bill in its entirety. There were earlier versions of which were withdrawn, and the final version laid on 5th November. So that's the version that.
So is that what operating upon the revised standard version?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Very well. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by the chairman's reference to what bill we should be using. But on clause 22, sub-clause 2,
Please, Honorable, please. Which clause?
22.
Yes.
I have speaker with your leave and indulgence because of the speed with which we are doing it. I couldn't file amendment. Sub 2, other public officers may be transferred or seconded to the center. My view will be that the rest of the words there should be deleted, or may otherwise give assistance to the center. Which assistance? There's no assistance. You are either a person or the person is on secondment, but you cannot say or give assistance to the center. Then, Mr. Speaker, if I still have your leave and indulgence, when you come to sub-clause 4, the staff of the center shall be subject to
Honorable, can we take them one by one?
Thank you.
So that we can vote on them.
Thank you,
Because
Mr.
it was a separate amendment. Very well. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the FIC works on a daily basis with YOCO, National Security, the National Intelligence Bureau. Staff from these agencies might not necessarily be transferred all second. So we are saying that such staff may give assistance to the center.
Mr. Speaker,
the next one.
The explanation is satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, sub clause 4, the staff of the center shall be subject to security screening. What do we mean by security screening? This is law, so you can't just say security screening. If you want a bank check, you want clearance from the BNI or the police, say so. But you just can't, if you say security screening, when you pass the gate in Parliament here, that's a security screening. So if he walks through some machine of a sort, so we need to provide clarity, Mr. Speaker. Sub clause 4.
Will verification?
The staff of the center shall be subjected to thorough background checks for clearance. You have to.
Thank you. Yes.
By the appropriate security agency. Sub clause 4, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, when you say this screening, this is in the current law. Staff of the FIC are subjected to security screening, which is understood, including background checks, regular monitoring of activities, and so those in the security arena understand what security screening is. It's in the current law that staff of the center shall be subjected to regular security screening. It's not a one-time thing. It is an ongoing exercise.
Mr. Speaker, you see, this is law. You go for the secondary meaning of words, and the ordinary meanings does not convey to you the sense that you want. Security screening. So he has undergone security screening. What? If you want to say that he must be cleared, then say so. When they say I must be screened, to say what else? To say what purpose? So he must qualify it. They should be related to security screening and clearance. What if they screen them and they don't find them acceptable?
As may be found necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Because as may be found necessary, will take care of whatever it is, whether it is a one-time event or a continuing process. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am advised that security screening, it covers a whole lot, inclusive of clearance. So it's better if we maintain the security screening. Thank you.
Very well. Please, then reformulate. Just for avoidance of doubt, put it in full. Honorable minority leaders, the point, whether it is congruous with his viewpoint. Honorable, don't give up yet. Maybe they can do that for us. Chairman, have you got both of them?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the security screening is and it encompasses all checks and clearance that would be done. So if we left it at that, I think it will not hurt.
No, you are not landing. You may be right, but you are not landing. Yes, honorable.
I've checked, is a term of art, is defined as a status granted to individuals allowing them access to classified information, state or organizational secrets, or to restricted areas after completion of a thorough background check. So it encompasses what the minority leader is talking about. So I agree with the chairman's position.
Subject to security screening, it will have.
Mr. Speaker, I will accept it, but my difficulty screening. What do we want to achieve with this law? For instance, take Parliament. Mr. Speaker, normally when referrals are made to you at the Appointments Committee, we go to GRA for them to clear the person taking the necessary steps to be tax compliance. We also write to the BIs to know whether the person has a criminal background or is on trial. In this case, what are you conducting the security screening to achieve? So when they screen you and you are acceptable, what happens? You are unacceptable, what happens? This law is silent. Okay, the chairman insists, so
Security screening. Well, we shall move on. Clause 23 then. There's no advertised amendment. Honorable
Thank you,
Doctor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to draw us back a little. The amendment proposed and carried by the House on clause 1, clause 2213, in which he made a proposal that we delete proper and effective functioning to efficient and effective. It's not the best, because you cannot substitute if proper for effective. So even though we've passed it as that, we should look at it again. If we talk about proper, you can have a law which is functioning effectively and efficiently, but it's a bad law. Proper one. So is the proper described as effective and efficient? You cannot remove proper and then substitute with efficient. There are two means. And I think that proper should not be deleted, because the two descriptions seem the same.
Mr. Speaker, we've passed legislation lately in this House where the same phraseology has been adopted. So it's the recommendation came from members that to align it with legislation that has been passed lately, we should change proper and effective to effective and efficient.
So where do we go from here?
Mr. Speaker, the clerk is explaining something.
Yeah, you will go.
Thank you.
All right, let's proceed then. Clause 23. What is happening?
Internal Audit Unit.
Chairman, is there any amendment on the floor of the House? There's no listed amendment, but is there? Very well. The question, therefore, is that clause 23, as it stands, form part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say the ayes have it. Clause 24.
Funds of the Center.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 24, amendment proposed, delete and insert the amendment captured on page 7 of the order.
Honorable members, for your consideration. All those in favor? Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment to the extent that what is in the original page 14 is repetitive, because you have monies approved by Parliament and you have any other monies determined by the minister and our Parliament. So that's repetitive. So he's seeking to improve it. So I him monies approved by Parliament. Now B, up to 2% of the revenue retained by the Ghana Revenue Authority under the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009. Monies provided by the Bank of Ghana in consultation with the minister. Why? Bank of Ghana, why should the Bank of Ghana give money? It is not part of their primary responsibility. So I don't support. And you know that the posture of the IMF and World Bank is to desist from the Bank of Ghana in domestic financing. So you cannot say that the Bank of Ghana should be financing this institution. Why? If the Bank of Ghana is to finance it, provide limits too. Because with GRA you provided a limit. Then the D, Mr. Speaker, the D, he must explain the D. The D is repetitive of what is in 24, the original. Any other money is determined by the minister and approved by Parliament. Difference between D and A. There's no difference. You choose one of them. You cannot have monies approved by Parliament. That is determined by the minister and approved by Parliament. No minister means any appropriation. Appropriation is a function of Parliament. So a difficulty with the D, but Bank of Ghana and the Minister for Monitoring may provide an explanation.
Honorable Dr. Abutosi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the minority leader on deleting D. It has no effect. D will not imperil the amendment. But the explanation for the Ghana issue is that, I'll give you an example. Currently, the Bank of Ghana funds the Gesal investment for Greek on their own. It gives room. Anytime they want provide money to government, they are able to. It just gives the minister opportunity that should, in case the Bank of Ghana is consulted and they want to, because this anti-money bill, it has impact on the Bank of Ghana. So they should be given the opportunity to contribute if they want to. This is not compulsion. Not compulsion, but it's necessary to have it there so that when the Bank of Ghana wants to provide support, it's legitimate, it's backed by law. And we should allow the Bank of Ghana to contribute for something that it will benefit from.
Honorable Muntaka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is problematic. My colleague, Dr. Abutosi, will know that monies that are approved by Parliament during the budget preparation or even supplementary budget, the Minister of Finance can state that as source, so that we are in the know that you are going to take this amount from Bank of Ghana, but don't to be a private arrangement between the two of them. Because if you leave it the way it is, what will mean is that they could be doing the financing, the Minister of Finance could be getting them to do that at our blind. That's what it means. So make it transparent. So if they have to do that, we should be in the know.
Honorable Minister.
You'll be in the know because if the minister expects the office to spend, you have to seek approval from you, and you have to identify the source of that funding. So Parliament will always be in the know. But this allows the minister to go and seek assistance from the Bank of Ghana. And when it comes to appropriation, if it's there, you have to approve. So no, it's important because Bank of Ghana benefits from this anti-money law, and the minister should be given to work with the Bank of Ghana in that sense. Just like if you look at the B part, after all, the GRA works under the minister, but they are giving themselves room such that if they want to use part of it to fund anti-money.
Honorable Minister Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addressing this matter, it's important that we avert our minds to best practice. The Financial Intelligence Center is the equivalent of what in many countries we call the FIU, Financial Intelligence Units. Many jurisdictions, this entity sits at the Bank of Ghana. Why? Because the Bank of Ghana is probably the most sensitive stakeholder when it comes to the stability and propriety of the financial services sector. In Ghana, we have a policy decision that FIC sits outside the Bank of Ghana. The question is, financing of FIC has become one of the gaps that have been identified in Ghana's anti-money laundering regime. Do you want to make arrangements that provide some assurance that going forward, activities of the Financial Intelligence Center and AML expenditures will be properly funded? We have had discussions with the Bank of Ghana. They themselves are not opposed to it. In fact, but for the finance, we would have loved to have some figures even against the Bank. But the Bank of Ghana makes the case that they themselves would like to do more internal consultation in order to come up with exactly how much they can contribute. There will be nothing even wrong sitting the entire FIC at the Bank of Ghana budget, because they are the closest stakeholders getting the propriety and decency of the financial services sector. So that is why you have this phrasing. Also, Mr. Speaker, which is also the reason it has to be there. The point is this, that the monies you see listed here, they are sources. In order that these sources can be spent, Parliament must approve the budget of the FIC, just like any other. So the concern that's how between the Bank of Ghana and finance, some money will be moved and it will be used on the blind side of Parliament. FIC is able to spend money unless this House has approved it. So we keep D there. We propose D to this House because we want to leave the option open to the. We want to. Well, in monies approved by Parliament, you are, Mr. Speaker, just say that if Parliament is minded to provide be it loans or any money that would come. Parliament is minded to do it, we could do so. But honestly, Mr. Speaker, I don't see the harm in respect of D. If the House sends it taking off, it's not something I'm going to drag, but we definitely need the Bank of Ghana as a source so that when we're doing the regulations, by that time the engagement of the Bank of Ghana would have been completed. And then we will provide a more certain source of financing for FIC in order to satisfy the community that Ghana is serious about financing its anti-money laundering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all what my colleague, the Deputy Minister, is saying comes under monies approved by Parliament. Because we don't tell the Minister of Finance where he picks money to finance Parliament, where he picks money to finance where he picks money to do the other things. All he does is that he comes to this House with list of things that he wants us to approve so he can go and. As to the sources, it is during the approval that he brings. But you see, when you put this thing here, what it does is that you use this as the basis, better word, extorting GRA to say that no, the act says that you have money. That's what you are trying to do. Or tell Bank of Ghana that no, the act says it is you, Bank of Ghana, who must give us the money. But in your negotiation with them, depending on each year how their finances are, they can extend the money as part of your budget process. If you make it this way, what you are going to do is tie GRA's hands, and you're also going to tie the Bank of Ghana's hands. That look, you are the one to finance this activity, and you must find the money. That is the worry, because like the Deputy Minister said, Mr. Speaker, if other countries allow institutions to sit in their central bank, what is preventing us from doing that? Because if you then do that, their expenditure and everything will be part of Ghana's expenditure. But now you want to have them sit somewhere, probably you want to have a different control, yet you want Bank of Ghana to be the one bank rolling them. And we said, no, don't do that. Just keep it under Parliament, monies approved by Parliament. As to where you get the money, it's up to you as a Minister of Finance. But don't put it in the law, because when you put it in,
are being restrictive. You want to tie down other institutions. It is your responsibility to find the money. It may be through your negotiation with Bank of Ghana, through your negotiation of GRA, but don't put it in the law. Because if you put it in the law, you and that's all we are trying to tell you.
Mr. Speaker, I think we must first be giving a bit of a background as to why we have this provision in the case. What is the status quo? The status quo is that FIC is just one of the cost centers under our budget. So the Minister for Finance, as you're saying right now, has the power to look for money from wherever and to give it to the FIC. Mr. Speaker, the experience is that be it under the previous administration or under this administration, the FIC has been affected by the traditional authorities associated with the financing under the budget. So FIC has been financed just like any other entity. So when revenues fall short, they are affected. There are usual delays associated with their releases and all that. When the mutual done, the observation under the mutual review was that, mutual evaluation was that there is no certainty in the financing of anti-money laundering expenditures. And in fact, in order that Ghana will be delisted from the fatal grey list, we must demonstrate clearly that going forward, there is a more certain arrangement for financing the FIC. So we do not have the option of saying that leave it open and let the finance minister do year after year. Your international stakeholders are going to tell you that that is how it is. Looking to do here is to provide some certainty as to where the money will come from. Mr. Speaker, I'm landing on this. You make the case, this provides opportunity for the finance minister to go to the Bank of Ghana, to go to GRA, and to say, provide some support. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely the objective. If you look at the Ghana Revenue Authority, they are also a critical stakeholder in anti-money laundering activities. Wherever there is money laundering, you can be sure that some taxes are lost. The same for the Bank of Ghana, responsible for the stability of the financial sector. So, if these two entities lead, because they would provide certainty in the financing of FIC, would not, but I don't know how we can achieve that certainty. That is why I plead with my colleagues that they should allow this to be there as a way of signaling to the international community that this time I want to do something different. I want to provide more certainty in financing of FIC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance must be listening out. You are earmarking even under 24. You are earmarking up to 2% of the revenue retained by the Ghana Revenue Authority. Ideally, even for this parliament, you must provide us the record. What is the total retained amount of GRA? So that 2% of it we would know. But that is your surest cure the financing deficit of the Intelligence Center. So this time you are not even waiting for parliamentary appropriation. You are saying that any revenue raised by the Ghana Revenue Authority, percent of it will be dedicated to finance the financial up to yes. Hey, you say monies approved by them. So we are simply saying that even if the Bank of Ghana through you has intention to finance the financial center, let it be part of what is approved by Parliament. Because we want to exercise oversight. We don't want to give a free room to Bank of Ghana to financing financial center. So monies approved by Parliament means a lot. It can include one, that up to 2% retained by GRA. It can also include, if you forecast how much you expect Bank of Ghana to provide, are insisting that it must be subjected to parliamentary appropriation. You just can't say Bank of Ghana should finance the financial intelligence. In any case, you are saying deficit in their financing. If we are committed to combating corruption, money laundering. This institution should not stop because they don't have money. And the Bank of Ghana itself, make no mistake, some monies come in and then they owe, which is money laundered. So don't think that because it is they are above board. We are simply saying that, Mr. Speaker, on 24, Chairman, maintain 24A and B. The C and D in my view are redundant. It's not necessary because A and D are about the same. Now, if you want Bank of Ghana to finance it, let it be part of the monies approved by Parliament. We so submit. So we support 24A and B.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I can concede in A and D. Between A and D, we can delete one of them. I can concede on that. But the fears, this provision would provide opportunity for the FIC or the Minister for Finance to be drawing money from the Bank of Ghana FIC without recourse to Parliament is illegitimate. And it's illegitimate because before FIC can spend, the budget would have to come here. And their sources of revenue would also come here. If we come and Parliament is uncomfortable with the sources, their revenue sources, Speaker, Parliament will be in a position to reduce it. Parliament will be in a position to reduce it or to suggest otherwise. But we definitely need this as a signal that indeed where the minister would draw the money from before the budget Parliament would approve would come here is certain. That is what we are seeking to achieve by this. And I plead with my colleagues that we allow this to stay so that the FIC going forward would have a more certain source of funding.
Chairman, yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my worry about Deputy Minister is saying is that when I take my time and look at the original rendition, down with these thoughts, if it was part of the original bill, I would have been reluctant to say that, okay, let's. But Mr. Speaker, it's coming as an amendment, meaning there is an afterthought. Because if it was well thought through during the plan of this bill, it would have found expression here. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the amendment, A talks about Parliament, but the B and C, my fear is that if you look at the amendment, the way the B and C stand, nowhere in those B and C claims that those monies will come to Parliament for approval. Nowhere. And I know the practice in this. A lot of times they do this, and then they go and say, oh, Parliament has money and you must give us the money without recourse to Parliament. So if you want to claim that, oh, this money that you are even proposing that may come from B and C, both GRA and Bank of Ghana, will have to be part of what will come to this House for approval, please say so, because your amendment doesn't say so. Your amendment doesn't say so. And my fear truly is that A will have done you said that that has been the practice all the time and the challenge. So maybe you can reframe it and make A1 and Roman numeral 1 and 2 to take care of this. But like the minority is saying, the Deputy Minister, up to 2% of the revenue retained by GRA. My colleague, the old Tafo, will remember how we by GRA retaining their money. It was to motivate the staff to be able to generate more revenue. Now you have started a path of trying to encumber on what we have agreed as a house, that let them retain it to help them to improve their infrastructure and motivate their staff to raise more money. If we are not careful, tomorrow you come on another 1%. I believe that these are not areas that you should be looking for money, because it was motivation and internal infrastructure enhancement so that you'll be able to raise more money. It is not an area where you should go taking money to finance this activity.
Thank you very much. Shall we Very well. Honorable people to have the last word before the chairman. Very well. Honorable people, then Honorable Doctor, then please, the chairman may conclude for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these four sources of funding, apart from A, the subsequent are subject to a lot of questions and possibly sources that be easily tracked. I think that if you are talking about up to 2% of GRA revenue, it's a huge amount for an organization like that, but cannot be subjected to the abuse of Parliament. But the most dangerous one is the monies provided by Bank of Ghana in consultation with the minister. It means that only between the minister of Ghana, monies will be provided. Mr. Speaker, the whole idea of this bill is to make sure that we keep our sanity in our financial institution and also make sure that we limit the waste that's there. But I can foresee that if these things are not properly drafted, it will be a waste, because just between the minister and bank, monies are provided. And again, Mr. Speaker, one D, which I've seen proposals should delete it, should it actually be deleted, because the difference between A and D is simply A monies. Because, I mean, money is determined, provided by, approved by Parliament, and so I think that we should stand this one and redo it and represent it. Otherwise, I think we can continue again on this one.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised senior members of Parliament have forgotten that the retention is always approved by Parliament, automatic. So it's not 2% of the entire revenue of GRA. It's 2% of the retention. I'm saying 2% of the up to, and that amount is part of the budget that comes for approval. So there's no reason. 90% will be left. Mr. MP for Aswase, 2%, 100%, up to 2%. So it's not something that's going to demotivate GRA. Just, I want to ask my colleague, the Deputy Minister, to concede on D and C. D because it's no different. But C,
Honorable Deputy Minister, your attention is required.
Mr. Speaker, C, it said monies provided by the Bank of Ghana. If the Bank of Ghana says they will be what happens? There's no compulsion. So it's neither here nor there. What he was trying to say was that it's a good signal for people to know that the Bank of Ghana, which used to house the FIC, is still in this area and they are willing to support. No compulsion. But leaving it out does not prevent the minister from consulting with them. So for us to move forward, I want to ask the Deputy Minister to have A and B. A and B, the minister can then do the rest on his own. So I plead with him to concede so that we can.
Honorable members, shall we come to a certain... Will you please confer with your chairman?
Mr. Speaker, respect.
No, not conferring us. Confer first.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is in my name.
I want you to confer first. Mr. Chairman, I want you to confer.
No.
I'll stand that down.
The mic was not on. The mic was not on. Mr. Speaker.
Clause, I'll stand that down.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, please, that down. Clause 25.
Bank accounts.
Clause 26.
Expenses of the center.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, 25, even though it's not harmful, but the concept is not elegant. There shall be a bank account for the center open for that purpose with the approval of the Controller and Accountant General. That is how it should read. When you say the monies for the center shall be paid into account, the head note says bank account. So you are simply saying that there shall be a bank account for the center open for that purpose with the approval of the Controller and Accountant General. With your leave and indulgence, I submit.
Yes, Chairman.
But I agree, but the construction is not that. But it's wrong.
The chairman
money is paid into an account.
Well. The chairman agrees with the new construction.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would beg of the leader to leave, drop his amendment. Mr. Speaker, the value is the same. The value is the same. The construction here is apt, so leave it as it is. Respectful.
Very well. Clause 26.
Expenses of the center.
Sorry. Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have just entered, and in respect of the bank account, this is standard construction, all the laws that we have been making. Even yesterday, for the Creative Arts Bill, the same wording, same construction. So I don't think that there should be any cause for worry.
If there are no listed amendments, I'll put a question. The question is that clauses 25 and 26 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27.
Accounts and audits.
Mr. Speaker, 27, amendment proposed. Sub clause 2, line 2, delete within 3 months after and insert at, so that it will now read, the board shall submit the accounts of the Center General for audit at the end of the financial year.
Unanimous consideration. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Question is that clause 27 as amended should stand part of the bill. In favor say aye. Those against say no. That's clause 28.
Annual reports and other reports.
No listed amendment. If there's none on the floor, that clause 28 stand part of the bill. Not those in favor say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29.
Financial intelligence.
Chairman, order. The background sound is big.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment being proposed here is to delete clause 29 in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, this has been taken care of under funds of the center. So we don't an account for the financial intelligence account. The funds of the center would be applied to all the funds of the center.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 29 is all together. Does not stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30.
Accountable institutions.
Clause 31.
Register of accountable institutions.
Clauses 30 and 31 for your consideration, honorable members. And the question is that clauses 30 and 31 stand part of the bill. And all those in aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32.
Customer due diligence.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, 8 amendments on clause 32. First, Roman 8 on page 7, clause 32. Amendment proposed, sub-clause 2. Opening phrase in lines 1 and 2. Delete in the following situations, so that the opening phrase will now read: an accountable shall apply customer due diligence measures. No, but there's another amendment. So Mr. Speaker, I take the amendment in Roman 8 again. In clause 32, sub-clause 3, phrase line 1, delete in the following situations.
Honorable, we are talking about VII.
Mr. Speaker, I move the amendment in Roman 8.
Yes.
That in sub-clause 2 of clause 32, we delete in the opening phrase of lines 1 and 2 in the following situations. So we are deleting in the following situations. So if you can put the question on the first amendment.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment, those against say no. The ayes. IX.
In Roman 9, verse 32, the amendment proposes that in paragraph before establishing, insert Mr. Speaker, consequential amendment will be found in paragraphs B and C. So in A, B, and C, we insert in before the words in the bill.
Honorable, for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. X. Yes, X.
If you direct that the consequential amendments in B and C should also apply, move on to
all relevant consequential amendments to apply accordingly. Yes.
The Speaker, now on page 8 in Roman 12. Roman on page 8. Still clause 32. Now before there we insert where. Where? Yes, where?
Agree. Thank you.
We insert where?
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Yes, any further?
Just as he indicated, apply to D and E, and so we can now move on to Roman 14.
It should apply to D and E accordingly.
Yes. So now Roman 14.
Roman 14, yes.
Clause 32. Now the amendment proposed is that in subclause 14, paragraph C, line 2, delete terrorism and insert terrorism. So to read, conduct an assessment of the quality controls in combating laundering, financing of terrorism, financing of proliferation of weapons. So there will be a comma. There will be a comma after the terrorism that we insert, a comma. So what we are inserting is terrorism, comma. Delete terrorism and insert terrorism, comma.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. XV.
Speaker, 15, clause 32. Amendment proposed is that in subclause 15, line 2, delete terrorism and insert terrorism, comma.
Thank you very much. All of the amendments say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is, Honorable Chairman, you finished? Very well. The question is, clause 32, as amended, stand part of the bill. And all the others say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33.
Of funds, other assets and instrumentalities of crime.
Chairman.
Speaker, in Roman 6, clause 33, the amendment proposed is that in subclause 2, line 1, delete executive officer, insert investigative authority. The Speaker, the 30 will now read, the investigative authority shall apply to the court which made the freezing order for an extension of the period of the order where necessary. Speaker, this at committee, and there was a ruling which was produced, and the court had, there was a judgment. This is the
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, where are we?
So we can put the question on the entire three.
Thank you very much. And the question is that clause 33 as amended should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34.
Record keeping.
Clause 35.
Clauses 34 and 35.
No amendments. Honorable members, 34 and 35 are for your consideration. Put a question. The question is that clauses 34 and 35 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36.
Rights modification, erasure or destruction of computer system or data.
Honorable Chairman.
Clause 36, as captured in Roman 17, is to delete what we have in the bill and insert what is captured on pages 8, 9, and 10 of the order paper.
Honorable members, for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question plus 36. As very amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Plus 37.
Of operators of game of chance.
Chairman.
The Speaker, there are no advertisers from 37 to 53. From 37 to 53. The Speaker, sometimes when you leave the chair to the first deputy, he has a way of putting all of us.
Clauses 37 to 43. Yes. So, the clause has to be read.
Yes, so I was just drawing your attention.
37. 37.
Duty of operators of game of chance.
Plus 38.
Request for information.
39.
Information held by competent authorities or other public agencies.
41.
Suspicious transaction report.
What?
Conducting transaction to avoid giving rise to a reporting duty. Submission of reports on cash transaction to the center. Conveyance of currency to and from the country.
45.
Electronic transfer of currency.
46.
Reporting procedures.
47.
Protection against civil and criminal liability.
48.
Continuation of transactions.
49.
Monitoring orders.
50.
Referral of suspected offense to an investigating authority and other offenses in relation to record and information.
52.
Creation and implementation of internal rules.
53.
Training and monitoring of for compliance.
Honourable members,
Relation to compliance.
there are no listed amendments. They are for constitution of the House. The question is that these clauses should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes. Clause 54.
Supervisory powers of center.
The Speaker, the amendment proposed in clause 54 is to deal the head note of the center and leave it at supervisory powers.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 54 as amended should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 and 56.
Administrative penalty.
56.
Extraditable offenses.
There are no listed amendments. Honourable members, for your question, and I'll put a question. The question is that clauses 55 and 56 should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. They say no. The ayes have it. 57.
Trial courts and
Chairman, please.
The Speaker, 57. The amendment proposed in sub clause 1, delete to try and insert trial of.
Yes.
So the High Court shall have jurisdiction trial of an offense under this act.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that clause 57, as amended, and all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58.
freezing of a transaction or account.
Clause 59.
Oath of secrecy.
Clause 60.
By public officers.
Clause 61.
Obstruction or interference with authorized officers, agents, and employees of the center.
Clause 62.
Protection from liability and indemnification.
Clause 63.
General penalty.
Clause 64.
Regulations.
Honorable members, there are no listed amendments hearing. They are pushing for the House. All those in favor say aye. Those who say no, the ayes have it. Clause 58 to 4, stand part, bill. Clause 65.
Interpretation.
The amendment proposed is to delete the interpretation of tax evasion.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. All those in favor say aye. Those against say the ayes have it. And the question is that clause 65 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 66.
Repeal and savings.
No listed amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. And the question is that clause 66 is part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say the ayes have it. First schedule.
List of accountants.
Second schedule.
The oath of secrecy.
The question is that the first and second schedules bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title.
An act to
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, if we can, we flag clause 24.
I know.
We flag
It may affect what we step on, may affect the long title.
So, revisit 24 before going to the long title. 24, the funds.
So you want us to go back to what we stood down?
To clause 24, yes.
Yes. It may affect the long title.
Not necessarily.
Yes, I want to finish.
What's the title?
Then I know I'm finished. Long title. There's no listed amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have clause 24 now to formally deal with. I hope the chairman and his minister have come to some agreement if you want to make progress. Chairman.
The funds 24 is funds of the center.
Honorable Chairman, please.
The first, the center here should be not here. That's the first small amendment. 3.
Honorable Chairman.
Speaker, there's a conclave.
There's further consultation.
There's a conclave on the
since we are still at the consultation stage, can we stand that down and move to clause 15? Since still at the consultation stage, can we move to clause 15? No, sorry, creative arts. The item listed 15 is the chairman. I would like a complete consensus on this so that we don't spend further time. Shall we go to creative arts? Item 15. Please, where is that? We will debate this. So if we are still on constitution stage, so I would prefer that we go to item listed 15. If okay with us, then if there's an agreement we announce, then we are not going to go back to that long issue on 24 again. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, we can have some consensus on 24. The Speaker, the proposal was to the effect that we should delete monies provided by Bank of Ghana in consultation with the Minister. I think that, yes, the plan is true, but in exigencies, it could be done. That we must subject it to the prior approval of Parliament. So one can say that monies provided to Ghana in consultation with the Minister and subject to the approval of Parliament.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, agree.
Mr. Speaker, yes. I was surprised that it was even removed because the Bank of Ghana should be interested in fighting money laundering and they must assist in the fight against money laundering. And that's why they should contribute towards the fight. But I also agree with the leader that we should subject it to approval of Parliament.
Subject to approval of Parliament. That is an agreement. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. And the question is that clause 24, yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, as captured on the order paper, we earlier proposed that the D should go away. So to be put would have excluded D, and then yes. So that's for the avoidance of doubt. Yes. So
you see, there's either an agreement or there is none.
Oh, that's right. That's for clarity. So D is deleted.
Yes. The reformulation has been put. And the question is that clause 24, as amended, stand part of the bill. And all those who say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. And that brings us to the consideration stage of the Anti-Money Laundering Bill 2020. Very well, we are still at the consideration stage. And for that matter, Honourable, please, can we proceed to item listed 15, Creative Arts Industry Bill 2020, if our chairman is available, or any other of them.
Speaker, we can go to item 15, 15.
Item
15.
Item 15. Honourable members, item 15. Creative Arts Industry Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Chairman available? Clause 32.
Interpretation.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I want to withdraw the amendment proposed because yesterday there was an explanation, so it's consequential.
The amendment on the I or the entire of 30 and the entirety of 32. Are you withdrawing 32 or the whole of 32? I see various amendments there.
The Speaker, I didn't hear what you said. The Speaker, I. Consequentially, we are withdrawing that proposed. Yes, I.
I and I. Very well. So, clause 32, I is withdrawn. Clause 30, I is withdrawn. Clause 32, I.
The Speaker, amendment proposed, interpretation of industry domain, paragraph F, delete drama.
Thank you very much. The vote amendment is for your consideration. And all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment to clause 32. Ivy.
Speaker, the majority leader wants explanation for reasons for deleting the word drama. Clause 32, I. Yes. And that's the F, theater arts industry, for engagement with the industry players, it means as drama. So, theater arts industry, that's why we are deleting the drama, because it connotes the same thing. Yes. 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 They've done there, so they've qualified.
No, we are deleting drama.
Clause 32 IV. Amendment proposed. Interpretation, creative arts industry domain. G. Delete. Delete the whole paragraph. The whole G, yes.
Honourable members, for your consideration. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Third amendment. V.
Clause 32, amendment proposed. Interpreting arts industry domain. Paragraph O and 1. Delete School of Effort. And so the new rendition will be training, including academic and related institutions. The new rendition. So proposed.
Thank you very much. I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, I would want explanation from the chairman why you would want to exclude the School of Performing Arts from this domain.
Because it's encompassed by the broader rendition. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, School of Performing is an academic institution. So we are saying that the academic there encompasses that particular.
Chairman, please read what you said earlier. Yes, makes it easier.
For where?
So that it will read what you read. Please read it for us.
Yes. The Speaker, the rendition will be training institutions, including academic and related fields.
Yes.
So we don't repeat the institution.
Creative institutions, including academic, that means it encompasses that place known as School of Performing Arts. Thank you. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. VI, Chairman.
The Speaker, amendment proposed, interpretation of creative arts labor market. Per the explanation we had yesterday, I want to withdraw that amendment.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
The amendment is withdrawn. All those in favor of the withdrawal of the amendment say aye. Sorry, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just a minor thing. Just a minor thing. If the is withdrawing, then we need to delete the word "or" in line 1. We'll delete "all" and delete in line 2, delete "who are." So to read, creative industry market means individuals and directly or indirectly involved in the hiring and the creation of goods and services for the creative industry. So we delete "all" in line 1, and in line 2, delete "who are."
Chairman.
I agree to that.
All right. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, do you have any further amendments? To clause 32.
Yes. The amendment proposed, the Speaker, with your leave, I want to withdraw it because it's the long title is consequential. Yes.
Beg your pardon.
It's still 32.
Okay. Chairman, any amendment proposed under 32 now?
32, yes.
Before I put a question on 32 as a whole. Fine. And the question is that clause 32, as variously amended, should stand part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman,
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, the long title is a consequential amendment. So we are withdrawing based on the long title, yes.
We are drawing us.
we are now there. Yes. Long title. Chairman, emphatically proceed.
The Speaker, we finish with 32, plus 32. We don't have a proposed amendments.
So the long title as it is will stand part of the bill. No amendment. Plus 33.
Transitional provisions.
There's no this amendment in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Long title.
An act to a state agency to provide the institutional framework for the development and management of the creative arts industry and for related matters.
There's no listed amendment or?
I'm withdrawing the listed amendment.
The Speaker, with your leave, I wish to withdraw proposed amendments.
Thank you. And that, therefore, the long title as it stands should form part of the bill. And all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title as it stands form part of the bill. Honorable Chairman, we are finished. We are finished with matters regarding constitution stage. Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, where do we move from here? No. Who says there's nothing more for consideration? You see. Wait a minute. Honorable Majority Leader, please, are we consideration stage and matters regarding consideration stage? Honorable Majority Leader, are we going to take anything?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
There are Respectfully, we need to deal with 3 other bills, but commitments. There are a few commitments that the chairman of the Committee on Education has to discharge in the case, because the central figure in this. We may request that you suspend for 1 hour and come back at 2:30.
Honorable members, in view of the time ahead, at the moment, and the business ahead of us, I direct that sitting should travel beyond the prescribed hours. Honorable minority, do you have anything to say about the 30 minutes? Any view that suspending sitting?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the majority of that.
Thank you very much. This House will stand suspended for half and honorable members. Thank you very much.
Leadership. Yes, sir. Which are we starting with?
I beg to move that item 16, motion on today's order paper, page 11, the provisions of Terminal 1281, which requires that when a bill has been read a second time, shall pass through a consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The considering stage of the pre-tertiary education bill be taken today.
Yes.
That's
not true. Very well. Marshall, please.
Members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 17. The Pre-Tertiary Consideration Bill 2020 at the stage. One.
System of pre-tertiary education.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 1. All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. To make any contribution you're entitled to, I'll hear you. Very well. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Free, compulsory, and universal basic education.
All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Free secondary education.
All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bills, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Tertiary schools.
Clause 4 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Inclusive education.
All in favor of clause 5 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Establishment of the education service.
The minority leader is not in the house. They have issues with education other than Ghana Education Service. All in favor of clause 6 being yes.
Trying to get the minister his buy-in. The Speaker, I wanted to find out from them why they wanted to change from Ghana Education Service. Almost all their vehicle, letterheads, a lot of things, just changing the name to Education Service is going to cost the institution a lot to reconfigure almost everything, their IT, their almost everything. Is it worth it just changing the name from Ghana Health Service to Education Service?
So, Speaker, I think if you even look at the Constitution, it talks about education service, not Ghana. Besides, this new service we are creating is different from the old Ghana Education Service. The current one will cater for, as it were, the grammar schools from KG, that is the basic school, KG to JHS, and then it will also take care of the grammar senior high schools. It will not take care of the technical and vocational part. So, Ghana Education Service is no more going to be Ghana Education, it's going to be Education Service.
We have one for TV.
And then we have service, technical vocational education and training service. We are not saying Ghana Technical and Vocational Education Service.
I would have preferred the Ghana Teaching Service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
It is true that this debate, the Honorable Chief Whip said that it doesn't change much, but this is one branding that should happen to distinguish the services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
All right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. To the Minister, and I can understand exactly the things they are creating, but nothing he said so far tells me that eliminating Ghana education would affect that. Mr. Speaker, we still have Ghana Health Service. What exactly do we gain? One of the point is that, yes, the minister wants to segregate these things because we're going to have two distinct arms of under the ministry running things. But even if you call it Ghana Education Service, you will still be able to do these things. And we are of the view that the cost of changing this far outweighs the benefit we will get. Okay, today we have Ghana Health Service. Does that mean that if they don't come back to this house to make it, I don't even know what health service, it means that there's something that will be wrong if you want to do something. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely don't feel that this is critical to the core of the bill. I am in support of what the minister is, not to say that if we remove Ghana, it will make the bill better, or I think we should add Ghana Education Service and proceed with the rest.
Mr. Speaker, I was suggesting to the minister that we should stand this down so that we can make some progress. When all the others are in, we may be able to finalize it. But to be able to do it properly, I want to move the amendment so that it can be held and stood down so that we progress. And so the amendment proposed is that the head note, the education service, be amended between debt and education, insert Ghana, so that the new rendition will be education service. And wherever it appears in the bill, this amendment should be consequential if taken. So maybe if the minister was there, we should stand it down and then we can make progress. If we are lucky, maybe by the time Honorable Aruna and Co comes, and oh no. If you skip without doing the proper amendment, it cannot feature in the other paper. It cannot feature in the other paper as having been stood down. That's why I'm making the amendment so that we can stand it down and move. So it can be captured properly in the other paper that there was this amendment but it was stood down. Other than that amendment, it was, I didn't know the speaker even reminding us, we'll have skipped it without even noticing, and then they will do second consideration because of that. So the speaker, this is the suggestion that I think they can make progress. Thank you very much.
Yes, so the question on what to insert Ghana before education, I'll go to clause 7. Clause 7.
Membership of the Education Service.
Amendment proposed.
Speaker, clause 7. Paragraph E. Delete who may be employed by and insert employed for. The rendition will read, any other person employed for the education service.
Clause 7E. Yes.
Speaker, just to find out from the chairman, the amendment he's making to who may be employed by and employed for. Who is going to do the employment? Is it not the agency that is going to employ people for their own services? So when you say employed for, who is going to do the employment? Employed by is much more specific than to say employed for. Can you explain why it's employed and employed by?
Yes, Chairman.
It is not only that it is the agency that does. Sometimes they are employed by other agencies. For
example, District Director 1 is employed by Yes.
The directors of education are employed by the civil public service. For them.
Very well. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. On clause 7, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. There are no further amendments proposed for clauses 8 to 51. That's a lot. So I will allow some 10 minutes for any member who wishes to raise any more issues on any of those clauses. Otherwise, or else I'll put the question on them together. Very well. So clauses 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and clause 51. All in favor of the aforementioned clauses being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 8 through to 51 are ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 52. Yes, amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 52. Interpretation of public. Line 2. Delete provided. And it says approved. The Speaker, look at public. It says on page 27, of public. Into a school, public in relation to a school means a school established or maintained wholly or in part with monies provided, or we are deleting the word provided and replacing with approved by Parliament from the consolidated fund or any other public funds. The Speaker, we all know that Parliament doesn't provide funds. Parliament approves funds.
No.
All in favor of the proposal? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I was battling. I really wish we are considering today. You put question, that 32. I don't know whether you can. Come in, sir.
Let's finish with what we are on now.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. So, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All I know. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item I. Chairman. Item I.
Clause 52. Interpretation of special line 2 at the end, add or special education needs. So the rendition will become Special education means a course of instruction approved by the minister for a person with disability or special education needs.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is. Now, clause 50, yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the modern word used for this is people with learning difficulties, because, Mr. Speaker, if somebody is autistic or somebody for some reason can't read faster than others, that is not necessarily disability. So the word used is people, children or people with learning instead of people with disability. So I'm not the minister. You've already put the vote, but I think since there may be an opportunity, the minister consider finding out if we can substitute the word disability, use the word difficulty rather than disability, because disability is.
But this also covers people with disability, special education.
Yes.
And the defined of instructions approved by the minister for a person with disability or a person with special education needs at the end.
So, all I'm saying is that the new terminology is people with learning difficulty, because you see, disability definition is too straightforward. But if it's an autistic child, a disabled child, no, you can't define an autistic.
That person will have special education needs. Yes. Right, but what of the person who has a dysfunctional arm or some other physical dysfunction?
So it's got a difficulty, maybe reading, difficulty doing something, or unable to walk and sit on a desk like others. But it's vague, because every day there are different forms of, let's say, disability. So just basically call it learning difficulty. So that it is not about somebody who is a cripple or somebody who is blind or somebody who can't hear, because in the past autism was not classified as a disability or something like that. So, Mr. Speaker, he's the minister. Whichever way he wants it, we can pass it.
Mr. Speaker, I'll employ my honorable colleague to look at what we are doing. We are not replacing disability with special needs. We are adding special needs. So for both, as of now, if you go with the people with disability, there's an act in this country, EWD. It defines disabilities. And like you are saying, autism might not be a disablement, but it's a special need. So we are bringing it to make it full and encompassing. Even gifted children have special needs. They are not disabled. So we have to add special needs to make it whole.
Yes, a jump.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I would advise my colleague to just abandon his proposal, because if you read the interpretation, education means a course of instruction approved by the minister for a special person with disability or special education needs. So it's any other thing that you may be contemplating. So what's the point, my good friend?
Very well, I put the question already, so. All right. Now, the Honorable Chief Whip wanted us to go back to 32.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, because we are the constituencies here and I know it's a bit flexible. The rendition there is responsibility of the District Assembly. A District Assembly shall, in the prescribed manner and with financial assistance provided by government, build, equip, manage, and maintain public basic schools in the district. Establish basic schools that the district director for education, in consultation with the district chief executive, consider necessary, perform any other function conferred on district education oversight committee established under. I just wanted to draw the attention of the minister. If we are not careful, many districts will collapse. We are speaking from experience, knowing how erratic the common fund goes, that goes to the assembly, how it goes, and all the challenges that the districts have. Some have strength, some are stronger than others, but if we want to offload all these things now, I just want to find out from the minister whether we have checked in terms of resources, how much does it require a district to be able to manage this, and whether they are capable of doing that. So don't mess up the educational system that we have. Because you know, in developed countries where they do this, we intend to restrict neighborhoods' education. So if, for example, you are where I'm born, in Ababu, you cannot send your child to Asokoro for education because of this. And knowing the way our districts are, them really very poor. If you do this, very soon you are going to have this variation in terms of quality. And those in the poor communities like mine, the districts will not be able to. So, whereas I agree, it may be a good, must we put it in the law and start to do it now?
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the district manage, build, equip basic schools. Minority Chief, as we speak, the district assemblies equip basic schools. Even when central government is taking a school to Asokoro, you know that it goes through the district assembly. So if you read the heading there, it says, a district assembly shall, in the prescribed manner, and with financial authority by government, money. So it is not, this money is not like saying that they are going to employ the teacher or anything. But schools that are district assemblies, owned by, managed by district assembly, even the name, there is no public basic school name does not end in DA or FA. It is called Asokoro School, FA, or Metropolitan Assembly or Municipal Assembly. So it is what is it? Lord, this is nothing new that we are doing. It is not about the rendering the service, it's about the school.
Mr. Speaker, currently I know the bursaries are sent by Ghana Education Service. The bursaries that they use in running the schools are sent by Ghana Education Service. Furniture sent by Ghana Education Service. Many other things that goes through Ghana Education Service to them. Things do not come from the district assembly. The district assembly play a role in trying to assist insofar as their financial muscles can. But the core thing, talk about this FQ, the bursaries that goes, government at central level, and then it's sent to all schools. Now with this, what we mean is that you are not going to have central government sending anything to the schools. No, if you say you should build, equipped, managed.
Honorably read 32 and a district assembly shall, in the prescribed manner, with financial assistance provided by government. So the financial assistance will come purpose.
So that the government, then that's what you made clear. Mr. Speaker.
Here is that clue.
Right now, Speaker, I agree perfectly with the minister. In Adapro, for example, the few new schools, communities that never had schools that we built recently, the schools were by an NGO or by my support before government took them over and posted teachers. In fact, since 2013, there are over 40 school buildings that we built. Less than 10 were built by government. So I think the assistance here that the schools make, if you ask them mostly, because as a community that actually established, their burden is who pays the teachers and brings another thing. So if that's the way the minister wants to make it, make it quite clear that this is what we want to do. I think it's in right.
Yes, offensive north. Honorable Minister, speak to the mic, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Clause 32, as presented, is rather giving legal to what the district assemblies are rather ordinarily doing. The status quo, as pertains now, they provide all the facilities. It provides all the facilities, all the programs being undertaken by the education, the rural schools, basics. It's been done. So it's rather giving a recognition of what they've been. So it's in order. Thank you.
Very well. I've put a question on them already, but because we reopened the matter. So we'll go to clause 53. 53.
Repeals and savings.
Let's to advertise amendment to clause 53. All in favor of clause 53 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The amendment is carried. 54.
Transitional provisions.
Clause 54. Amendment is carried. 54.
Transitional
shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Have it clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 55.
Establishment of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Service.
In favor of clause 55 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. That clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause
Membership of the service.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
You have just Speaker, clause 56. Paragraph C. Delete that may be employed by, and it said employed for. Just like the former amendment we did. So the new rendition will read, Mr. Speaker, any other person employed for the service.
All members for the consideration of all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 56 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 amended is on part of the bill. Clause 57.
Objects of the service.
All in favor of clause 57 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 58.
Functions of the service.
Amendments.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph O. Delete clause paragraph O. Delete over personnel and insert in respect of staff. Addition will read, set standards on matters of discipline in respect of staff of the service.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we can have a better rendition instead of in respect of the staff. We could just say for the staff of the service. We could reduce that phrase with a word. 58. So set standards on matters of discipline for the staff of the service. And I think
So that members for the consideration of the House. Should I have a question on the proposed amendment? All in favor of the proposal to the amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 58 as amended shall stand part of. All in favor, say aye. All against, the ayes have it. Clause 58 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The bill clause 9. Subclause 1. Opening phrase, line 1. Delete board and insert council. And do same wherever board appears in the bill, unless the contents. So, Speaker, the reason for changing the word board to council is that there are two positions here now: the education service and the technical education and training service. The governing council for the education service is a council. But when it came to the governing council for the technical education, the technical vocation and education training, we use board, and we think that they should all have the same kind of authority or whatever, nomenclature. So we are changing to whatever we see. That is that board, we change it to.
Very well, the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 59 as amended shall stand part of. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 as amended is ordered to stand part of the. Clause 60.
Functions of the board.
Let's not advertise amendment to clause 60. All in favor of clause 60 being a part of the bill? Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 60 through to 95. 61 through to 95. I will count them. I will call the one by one, and then I'll put the questions together. Clause 61.
Tenure of office of
62.
Meetings of the board.
63.
Disclosure of interest.
64.
Establishment of committees.
65.
Allowances.
66.
Policy directives.
67.
Collaboration with other bodies.
68.
Director General of the Service.
69.
Functions of the Director General.
70.
Deputy Directors General.
71.
Functions of the Deputy General.
72.
Secretary to the Board.
73.
Divisions of the Service.
74.
Appointments of other staff.
75.
Regional officers.
76.
Regional Director of the Service.
77.
Deputy Regional Director of the Service.
78.
Provision of public institutes.
79.
Management of public technical and vocational education and training institutions.
80.
Establishment of technical and vocational education and training institutions.
81. Yes, Honorable Holder. Yes, not member for Keta.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to take you back. Function 71, functions of a Deputy Director General. 3, the more senior Director General. Will it not be proper to say senior?
No, they are two.
They are, I mean,
They are two.
Okay.
Very well. I was at 81, right? 81.
Ownership or location of
82.
transfer of a private technical and vocational education and training institution to the state.
83.
Closure of a private technical and vocational education and training institution.
84.
Withdrawal of approval.
85.
Review of the bill.
86.
Funds of the service.
87.
Bank account.
88.
Annual estimate.
89.
Internal audit unit. Accounts and audit.
91.
Annual report and other report.
92.
Tax exemption.
93.
Regulations.
94.
Interpretation.
95.
Transitional provisions.
Members, all in favor of clauses 61 through to 95 being part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 61 to 95 are ordered to form part of the bill. Now, the schedule.
List of pre-tertiary technical and vocational education and training institutions under respective ministries.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Item on the schedule, under allocation, delete, unload, and insert Anwaga. So there is no town like Anlo. Yes, the town is Anwaga. This one is written Anlo, that is how it is pronounced. And this one is
Anlo. For Keta, are we right?
Rightly so. In fact, I Minister September.
Very well. So, Angoga. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes amendment is carried. Item VIII.
Speaker, the same amendment on 90. At the time for the KG RCCES is KG, not KETA. So under the location, it should be KG, not KETA.
90. KG. Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes of the amendment is carried. Item IX.
The Speaker, let me amend the other paper. It's item 98, not 97. So at item 98, under allocation, delete Abuati and insert Abuati. In other words, the last letter I should be E. And that is at 98, not 97.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no.
98.
The ayes have it. The amendment is, yes, the honorable member for Ho Central, vice known as Hope.
To take you back to the list of technical vocational institutes put in the schedule. Please, 47, item 47 is Volta Technical Institute. It's not located in Ho, it's located in Mate. So I move that we delete Ho and insert Mate in its place.
Kindly help us with the spelling.
M-A-T-S-E.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment? All against say no. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, 96 Volo Volo. In the location, they mentioned Volo Kata. Volo is in North Town, and Volo is a town on its own. So it can be, and even to 109, no, sorry.
So what is the corrected?
I've corrected it. So delete Kata.
Very well. All in favor
96.
of 96. ICCAS. Delete Kata at the location section. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Follow, yeah.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried.
I didn't finish this.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, 17, Caring Sisters. It's also not Kata. It's in Tegbi, which is in the Anglon district. So you delete Kata from Tegbi.
Item I.
It's a town by itself, and it's not in the Kata municipality. No. It's in Anglon.
117.
Honorable member for Kata. Caring Sisters, comma, Kata, we should delete the Kata in that column also, shouldn't we? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Member to know of where he's leading us. Because the names of schools, I've been having a lot with him. He says, I'm not in existence, we find the schools virtually. So I hope the names are correct. Because we are relying on you. Because somebody tells me that Volo, to be specific, there might be more than one Volo. So they mean the Volo near Kita. Names are, yes, Volo near Kita. Yes. Because somebody is saying there might be about 3 volumes. Like you mentioned, Ekropon. There might be Asante Ekropon. And there might be Ekropon. So not to make that mistake, the right is a full record of it, Volu near Kita. But if we don't do that, we are going by your lead. But that it can happen that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister, but we don't have Volo in our of the region. Volo is actually in North Town, which is Honorable West constituency. And so it is Volo, and it's in North Town.
Very well. So we should delete and 117 the after Caring Sisters. The Keta there should be deleted. And Tegbi, the Keta after Tegbi 2 should be deleted. Is that right?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendments say aye. All I know. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. On this one, there's another one, 162 after that, then I'll, yes, Chairman, items.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, then item 162, location, delete Akachi, and insert. But that one also says that 162, yes, that Abumapame YLSCI is in that town. Abumapame is a town in its own. So Akachi should be deleted and replaced with Abumapame.
Well, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Honorable Minister, there's one in my constituency I wish you to. Number 154, Amafu Vocational Technical Institute. There are 2 schools there. One is called ATEC, Amafu Technical Institute. That's separate. And then one is Amafu Vocational Institute. Are they intended to be, they are under separate man, do their things separately? I wish that we put them all one compound and yes, but to be sure that we cover all of them, if we can just Amafu Vocational, Amafu Technical Institute, so that we know we are dealing with the 2 institutions. Yes.
Yes, but sometimes schools are next to each other, and you wonder why. And that is one of the reasons why we are creating one service and putting it together. So it makes perfect sense. But for the avoidance of doubt, that somebody might not have a full vocational Institute and Amorpho Technical Institute. Because whereas the Technical Institute is under Ghana Education Service, the Vocational Institute is under MVTR. So we have to split it. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker. This morning I submitted a proposed amendment to the schedule. The clerk at the table, but by that time they had finished printing the.
So can you go through?
So if I could be given the permission to
go ahead, move it.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the schedule, page 54, we have development vocational institutes as under local government and rural development. There is one school in my constituency, and it's captured. So I want to move that Afsharing Community Vocational Institute be added to the list, Mr. Speaker. AVE, that is one word. Afsharing AFIA DENYIGBA. Okay, it's with the it's with the yeah. Okay, that's the good. The same thing.
That's the name of the town.
That's the name of the town and the school. You can't pronounce it.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't see Swami anywhere in it though.
the first in Ashanti was established in at Swami.
The magazine. So.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly
one of them. It's
certainly the National Vocational Training Institute.
Community Development Vocational Institute, Bekwai. I don't know what as the Amorpho Vocational Institute.
Mr. Speaker, we will listen to your advice. Is the same?
You know, social welfare and community development used to be one ministry and one vocational school. In 2007 or so, a technical school was also added. So, of my knowledge, there are two campuses. But all along, the vocational school was under community development. And then the social welfare had a lot of land, so they started the vocational technical institute. So probably this vocational development vocational school is what has been stated for vocational. In that case, the name should be changed to Amorpho Technical Institute. And so that institute here and the vocational school under the community development will also be another institute. If you had my own way, we should put the two together.
Yeah,
because they have a lot which can be.
Mr. Speaker, that is why I was confirming that all these institutions, the reason why we are listing them here is that they are all coming at service. So they will come all being grouped under. So you're up it when we pass this law. And I think you had already said that we should split it. So that for the avoidance of doubt, we are splitting that so that we make it two schools. Eventually, they will all come under the same service.
Very well. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Community Development Vocational Institute, we have one at Bedeku, at is Grove, which I will Grove. Grove Vocational School is community local government at Ada Bedeku. And I will print, we add it to it so that Grove.
Just this Grove.
GWTH. Yes. Vocational. It's under local government. It's not MBTI, it's yeah. So I will plead we add it to it so that we can also. It's not here. No, it's not here because Adan is not here. The Community Development Institute, Adan is not here. So it's Adan Bedeku. Yeah. Adan Bedeku. Bede B-E-D-E-K-U. B-E-D-E-K-U. Bedeku.
Adan seems to have a lot of.
Adan.
Adan seems to have a lot of technical. There's a secondary technical, there's a technical institute, and now there's a vocational technical.
Yeah, Adan, we need more. We even need the University of Adan.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Growth, yes. Growth School. Bedeku Adan. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, I was going to put the question on the entire schedule, unless you're adding.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at 139, item 139 and 138, on page, we have 138 reading St. Anne's, Nandom, and the location is Nandom. If you come to 139, it's also St. Anne's, Nandom, but the location is Atoko. I should think that it should be St. Anne's, Atoko, and then the location will be Atoko. 138, item 138 and 139. Page 50. Yeah, so I think that 139 should be St. Anne's, Atoko. And the location is Atoko.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that you can make a general ruling. The general ruling that the essence ruling that the essence of the schedule is to capture all those institutes and the local government and all those institutes. So if it's missing,
Very well. So the question is that the schedule, as variously amended, shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule, as variously amended, is ordered to of the bill. I direct that even after this question, if any of such institutions are discovered left out, the draft persons are permitted to add to the list. The long title.
An act to provide for a pre-tertiary education and an educational system to produce individuals with the requisite knowledge, skills, and values to become functional and productive citizens for national development, to establish a technical and vocational education and service, and to provide for related matters.
The long title shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of... No. So we have one matter deferred. The matter relating to whether it should be Ghana Education Service or Education Service. So bring us to the end of consideration for today. Yes. Honorable Leader. Honorable Minister, I haven't given you the floor yet. I want to hear the Minister. So I want to hear the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering where indeed this whole argument is coming from between Ghana Education Service and Education Service. Education Service that we are legislating is in the Republic of Ghana. Whether it carries it or not, it carries the name Ghana or not, it's in Ghana. So I don't see why anybody should be. Yes. So education service. Education service. This is not I believe we can get. The Speaker.
Yes.
Respectfully, if we can commence the consideration of the Ghana National Research Fund Bill. Let's see the Ghana National Research Fund Bill. And let's see how far we can travel on that. There aren't too many amendments.
Ghana Research Fund Bill.
Yes.
Very well. Number 18. Item number 18. We have to move the 18 first. And the motion number 18 before we come to 19.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to motion on today's order paper, page 13, number 18. That under the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which requires the bill has been read the second time, it shall pass through a considerating stage, which shall not be taken until 8 hours have elapsed. The considerating stage of the Ghana National Research Fund Bill 2020 may be taken today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
The motion, the procedural motion has been moved. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, this indeed is a procedural motion. But as the Minister knows, our orders provide that he puts in a request, such a request, to suspend any part of the orders. It should provide us with sufficient. He hasn't said anything. And if I may quote for the elucidation of the Minister.
I've never told you I said.
Speaker, Order 3.1 provides, notwithstanding anything in these orders, any order or part of an order may be suspended with the consent of the Speaker and majority of members present. And 2 says, the order or part of the order proposed to be suspended and the reason for the proposed suspension shall be distinctly stated. May I ask the Honourable Minister who is making this up to state the reason for this exercise?
Honourable Leader, I propose to go strictly by this rule if you insist on it. But then the President will be strictly adhered to.
The Right Honourable Peter Legete made a rule in this House
that express directives and rulings from the chair must come from the right honorable speaker.
Just want us to be guided that this precedent, if we go by it, it will not be used only today, it will be used henceforth. Yes, Honorable Minister, I'll put all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, Ghana National Research Fund Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Establishment of the Ghana National Research Fund.
That's an amendment to clause 1. All in favor of clause 1, a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1, in order to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Objects of the fund.
Two proposed amendments standing in the name of the Minister, the Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, Honorable Chief.
Mr. Speaker, I'll make an attempt to move the amendments for him. Yes. Oh, you want me to carry Kapawa? The Speaker, the amendment is that sub clause 1, paragraph A, line 2, delete publicize. So that the new rendition will read, the object fund are to A, provide financials to support, promote, provide financial resources to support, promote, and research I believe the reason why he didn't want the publicized there, that we are going to spend money just publicizing the research work. That's what he doesn't there. He believes that we could do all the things, but not to spend the money in publicizing research work.
So what is the purpose of a research publicized? Research finding, if it's not publicized, what will be its value?
The Speaker, you guys are done. They are in publicizing it, in the promotion. The publicizing is to just promote it. In promoting it, you should not rely on the research fund to do that. So, for example, if CSR comes out with a variety of, say, cassava or other things, yes, the research, the actual research in tampering with the genetics of a cassava to maybe come out with a more resistant cassava. But in publicizing, in trying to promote that cassava, we shouldn't use the research fund.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
And that makes a lot of sense. Because if you are not careful, a lot more work will be, a lot more money will be spent in just trying to promote a research work instead of doing the research itself.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a fund that is to put for resources to everything around research transfer of technology and innovation. We do agree, and we do say a lot in this country, that there are a lot of researches that have been done sitting on shelf. Nobody even knows about it, even before it is commercialized. When you finish your research, and it's a very good research, and you apply it as a technical committee, that this research, this is what you have been able to do, turn sawdust into sugar. You need to go around scientific conferences and things to even display and tell the world what we are, to be able to invite, assisted by venture capital funds or other things, to take it up to commercialization. And this cannot be neglected. And Mr. Speaker, if we read the rendition, it provide financial resources to support, promote, and publicize research, research infrastructure, technology generation, and innovation in all fields of national endeavor. So this object is talking about everything around research. You leave out one, and you see you are funded serious research and research, because that department or that unit has no money to do that. But since there's a technical committee that will look at all things,
He's right. You didn't explain it well. But he's right.
in all things, I think publicizing research in order to attract investment is very, very important.
That is good.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Yeah, I think I appreciate the amendment offered by the minority leader, even though the chief whip could not really, he was struggling to justify it. Mr. Speaker, I think at the bottom of it, we are providing financial resources to support and promote research. The publicizing it is part of the promotion. So really, it is support and promote research and research infrastructure, technology generation and innovation. Mr. Speaker, when we come to 2A, and I read 2A, you must read 2A launching with 1A and part of the amendment. I think the justification was wrong, but this indeed is what is. So it is to support and promote research, right? Because the publicity is part of the promotion. That is how it is. But I think that we should delete publicize. Then, yes, then it becomes difficult. So really it should be support and promote research. I will delete and publicize in line 1 and 2. That will make sense.
Yes, Honorable Member for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, publication is part of research, because whenever any research is done, the publication for peer review, and whatever you publish is not final. It is subjected to some other, other teams and committees, and you need to pay for. You need to pay for, and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why. That is the reason why you need to pay for, subscribe and pay, so that your publication will be peer reviewed and accepted. Otherwise, it's by the time. Sorry.
No, he's not taking us back.
I am not taking you back. You know what my leader, my leader said was that we should delete publication. We shouldn't use the same fund to publicize. And what I'm saying is that if you do research, no, that is what I. It is not right without publication.
Please, your argument.
Yeah, it is. If you don't publicize for peer review, it will not be accepted. Because research findings might find, they should be peer reviewed, and others will also subject it to, some other, they other work on it, and they need to be paid for. So you need to publicize, because whatever, it's just like lighting your light under your whatever. If nobody sees it, it doesn't make anything.
Honorable, you are in the field.
Yes.
What's the difference between publication or publicizing and promotion? The argument you're making is the same thing.
Promoting research can be, supporting with funding. If you support research, you are promoting it. It means making it public. And therefore, yes. Sorry? It may not necessarily
address me.
You are making it available to the public. You are making it available. Research, basically, you are adding knowledge. And if that knowledge is applicable, it becomes technology. And therefore, that knowledge must be subjected to some review. Because the only person working in that area. And for it to be accepted by, if it is a scientific community, some other scientists must subject it to, some scrutiny before it is passed on. Today we have a corona vaccine challenge because others think that it has not been. So people are raising concerns, but for it to become acceptable, so we can apply, it means that we need to go through rigorous scrutiny. And these are done by people who are paid to do that, and that's the reason why you need to subscribe by paying. And therefore, if we delete yes, it do not augur well. Yeah.
I'm moving the amendment properly. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is that subclause 1, paragraph A, in delete publicize. Sorry. The amendment in line 1, delete N. In line 2, delete publicize. Sorry, I have to do it. In line 1, insert N between support and promote, and delete N and publicize, so that the real rendition will read: provide financial resources to support and promote research infrastructure, technology generation, and innovation in all fields of national endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Keta before. I'll go to Keta first. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I obviously agreed with the rendition. Understood, my honorable colleague, he was speaking from a scientific perspective. You see, we are not dealing with tools of thought. He was speaking from a research-based perspective, where a researcher does his work and it publicized. But I also understand the mindset of the minority leader when he made this amendment, in that he's also looking at it from the perspective of a marketer who is promoting, which in itself emphasizes publicity. So that we need to really look at this very carefully, so that we understand the dimension from which both arguments are flowing. Because if a researcher like him will talk about publicity, publication of research work, if you look at it from promotion, it takes us into the realm of marketing, which is also publicizing something or promoting it for people to know about it. We need to really think through it very carefully. I obviously agreed from the onset that N should be deleted alongside for publicize. But listening to somebody who is a scientist and a research-based person, I'm beginning to see that conflict in thought. All of us, both sides may be right, but we need to look at how we situate it very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Boko Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think here with research,
research. Now, it is one thing to promote the conduct of a research, and after that's been conducted, then it is another thing to publicize the outcome of the research. Now, when you promote a research, that is to encourage that a research should be conducted in a certain field, because we're looking at national development, and you're already looking at the fund determining which areas of national development we need new technology, new information, new knowledge and skills to further the national development. Once you make that decision, you will have to promote research in those areas. So the promotion of research is not the same thing as the marketing and publicizing the research. The encouragement that research should be done in this area is a promotion exercise. Promoting that, you are promoting research in a certain area. When the research is done and the information, the knowledge, and new innovations are developed, then it becomes a completely different matter how you publicize the research. And that publicity can be in the form of issues. Now, when you do publication and your colleagues peer review it, and then they come to a conclusion that it is the best one thing, it could be through just conference and other forms of promotion, even in the market. If it's an item, like the Council for Scientific and Research, they have come to certain conclusions on certain matters, produce new seeds and etc., produce all sorts of varieties of items, and yet they don't have that resource to help it and promote it for commercialization. So indeed, I remember that in my days at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, one of the key issues was how to get CSIR to commercialize the outcome of research work that they had done. So I think the word promote, because it has come after support, is creating the impression that promote is in relation to marketing, publicity. But promote ought to, in my opinion, even come before support. Because once you decide to promote this area, then you support the research. And when there's an outcome that is good, then you publicize that research. So I think the new rendition should rather be to promote, and publicize. Promote, support, and publicize. That I think is the sequence of things in the field of research. You have to promote to do research in a given area, and then you support the research process with funding, and then after you then publicize the outcome.
Oh no, yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ordinary meaning of promote includes support. Ordinary meaning includes support. Mr. Speaker, when an applicant applies to the fund is not only going to fund his research. The fund, if the research leads to something good, should be able to promote the research findings. So using the word promote is all encompassing. When you go further down to enable it to happen even more, when you go to clause 6, Mr. Speaker, when you go to clause 2E, you will see that the fund is being told for the purposes of achieving the objects of the fund. Monies from the fund shall be applied to any other matter necessary to achieve the objects of the fund. So it is well catered for if we leave this semantics and say promote research infrastructure. Let me finish. You did. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the same thing. We shouldn't go into scientific meanings, and laws must be written not in jargon but simple terms for everybody to understand. And if you just said, promote can mean marketing, promote can mean publicizing, then why do we belabor the point?
Tamale Central.
An amendment has been moved, and I'm rising to speak in support of the amendment. And further, to support the statement made by the last speaker, the minister. This is a fund that we are establishing. What is the money in the fund going to be used for? It is going to be used to support and promote research. That's what the money is going to be used for. So we should remove publicize. Because in the bill, when you come to clause 14, you will establish technical committees, and they will set up the criteria for you to qualify for funding. And they might include criteria that your research should be published, should be capable of being published. So it's a different thing. So if they are going to give you the funding to support research or promote research, the criteria in 15 might say that research should be capable of being published. And so I don't think that we should belabor this point. There is an omnibus provision that will allow the committee to approve monies for the purposes of publication. So, yes,
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, initially, when I listened to the minority chief, I couldn't really appreciate the import of the amendment. But then, reading carefully, when you read A, it says the fund are to 1, financial resources, 2, support. The Speaker, if you leave promote and publicize, right? 1 is to support research. It is to support research infrastructure. It is to support technology generation and to support innovation in all fields of national endeavor. That is just the first leg. Now, if you come to the issue of promotion, the finances should be used to promote research infrastructure, technology generation, and innovation in national endeavor. The question is, does promotion involve advertising? That's the question. And indeed, it is true that promotion includes and indeed means spreading information about a product or service. So, what are we quibbling about? It includes it. Promotion includes it. So I don't see what we're about. So I think we can go on. As indicated at the outset, it is where we ought to the ants. So it should be to support and promote research, because promotion includes publicity. It includes publicity. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are delivering the point. If we can move on.
Comment.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe that we need to emphasize on the publication because 2006, under President Kufuor, we had TALIF, which is, in line with what, now in that, on that program, the issue about publication was missing, and those who had access to the fund after, whatever work, because they had to pay for subscriptions, it was very difficult for the universities to accept to pay for, their publications. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have two. In research, we have two. Please, no. There's somebody who does research just to promote knowledge, to provide knowledge, and to add to what he or she is doing. Now there are others who are end users. You understand what I'm saying? So it is not everybody who will just be interested in just be interested in using the end, report. But somebody else also believes that his or her name must be attached to whatever it is. It doesn't really matter whether it is science or archaeology or history. Because, sorry? So what I'm saying, a particular attention, I'm some experience of hindsight that we had, if you wouldn't mind, you can go and review what happened with the universities. After the work has been done, the work of the researcher or the professor who is doing the work is interest publications and therefore add to his CV. That is all. The end user will also decide what to do with it. So if you decide to truncate whatever whoever the researcher is doing by not asking, of course, I can tell you that there are some journals that take as much as $1,000 before they publish, and it may not, that alone may not be it will be a disincentive to whoever is working on whatever project we may decide.
Mr. Speaker,
let me ask, what do we lose if we add publicize? The only reason given by the mover of is the danger that we will spend too much of the money publicizing rather than researching. But I've also been out to a technical committee with whether you're entitled to the funds to support whatever. So what do we lose if we put the publicize there?
Mr. Speaker, promotion, the ordinary definition of promotion includes spreading knowledge and information about the service or product.
Publish.
Actually does mean that. So we can easily make this object better in the way that the minority leader and the member for Tamale Central, the majority leader, have gone. Mr. Speaker, to support and promote research infrastructure, technology generation in all fields of research. It's enough. So if we go down, like I said, we are catered for other objects in the interest of the other. So like I said, when my honorable friend turned about Talif's problem was not to promote research. It was to generate support research. It wasn't to promote. Yes, so we have not promoted. That includes information and making the knowledge available. So things. So your promotion should not be read non-technically or technically. It should be read as what is we mean by promotion. And you have to be general enough for the scientists to be able to apply. Just like you said, somebody might want to go and take research fundings and promote it. He's not a researcher. He should be able to apply to the fund that the researcher that turned sawdust sugar, who left it because it was a master's degree, we can promote that research together with KNUST and make money out of it. It is still promotion. Silicon Valley was developed. Silicon Valley was not developed. It was developed in the triangle of universities. So that the universities research funds, venture capitalists can team up with the universities and departments to promote that research. And that is why Kwame Nkrumah developed the BRI, the CSIR, to promote. But now we are going to encompass everybody to promote and to support. So we should, after the amendment, you can call on it and let us tell you.
Okay, so which one are we putting the question?
I'm supporting the minority chief whip's rendition, supported by the majority leader and the member for Tamale Central. And to read it, provide financial resources to support and promote research infrastructure, technology generation, and innovation. Has been catered for. So we can drop the amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Very well. So amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Sources of money for the
Amendment proposed. Honorable minority says we should delete the entire clause 3. Paragraph A. Yes.
My attention has just been drawn to the arrangement. For 2-1, we have support and promote. But when we come down, we have promote and support. Just for consistency, let's stick to 1. Say 2A is promote and support.
I was on clause 3, so
just say
finish with clause 3.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is that paragraph A should be deleted. And so the reason for talking about deleting A, which is seed money of 50 million cedis, specifically allocated for the startup of the fund. Mr. Speaker, this is very weird to talk about seed money of 50 million as the one that you use in setting up the fund, and you are putting it in the bill for it to become an act. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is proper. And that's why I believe the minority leaders think we should take it and make sure that those funding sources, because there is source of money for the fund. You're talking about this 50 million. You're not talking where you are even going to get it, and you're just saying that you put it. The heading is source of fund. So let's concentrate on the sources that can be used in generating enough resources to support the fund. That will help research. Instead of saying the 50 million, where are you going to get it from?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, everybody understands seed money is a startup. It's the money that you devote to any fund to start up anything. This seed money was announced a couple of years ago by His Excellency the President as the start-up capital for the fund. Before we even started how we go about the up to 1% and what to be devoted in it. So this seed money comes irrespective of the fund being set up. To use it to generate everything being done. You even need money to start the office and everything before this 1%. So no, the president has me and you know that we shouldn't only allow presidential dictates to go. It should come to this house should affirm it. We are the ones that are going to make sure that the money is appropriated. That is why it is necessary that we state it. And then there's no about it. The seed money and the seed money is the seed money. It's not a yearly fund.
Mr. Speaker, if the claim by the Minister for Education is right, I didn't remember hearing the President say that. If that's right, then that's even the more reason why it should. Because the President has already made the promise. So the moment the act is passed, you take the necessary steps to ensure that the fund receive that money. But now, what is the essence in stating it here? I don't see why you have to state, because if you want to state it, where it's going to come from. Just talk about 50 million cedis. Where is it coming from? Ministry of Finance. So why not just state where it's coming from? Because, Mr. Speaker, I believe we needed to concentrate on the sources of funds without necessarily having 50 million.
Yes, Local Central.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think time and again, promises have been made to establish funds, commitments made to fund them. And when the funds established by law or by whatever mechanism, the inflow then becomes the problem. It doesn't come. That is a well-known thing that has happened. So whilst I sympathize with the question of the minority chief whip that ideally, we shouldn't be capturing something like this in a legislation. In view of the tendencies the tendencies of finance ministers. The tendencies of finance ministers in particular. I think that it will probably be more strategic to commit the exchequer by mentioning specifically the amount that is going to be the seed money for the extent of the fund. With that kind of money, you can invest it, and then the returns on the investment could start doing the work, whilst we look at the other sources that are being contemplated, such as grants, donations, gifts, the 1%, and all those other sources. If indeed the 1% in up to 1%, it could be zero, in fact, it could be 0.1, it could be 0.2. So, Mr. Speaker, what's our simple position of the minority chief whip, in view of finance ministers treated such funds, to express our commitment to establishing the fund and making sure that it is actually financial resource to kick off. I think that it would be good to mention the figure in clause 3A, so that it is there by statute, so that when the finance minister is budgeting next year, he knows that there is, it's like one of the statutory, there's a commitment that this amount must go to this particular account as seed money. So I think that it is a good strategy, and I mean, given my previous life as somebody who worked with Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and some of the challenges they face with raising funds for research and excellence, I believe that this mechanism will tie the finance ministry to commit their resources. So I support the current rate of this clause.
Yes.
The issue raised by the minority chief whip, speaking on behalf of the majority leader, is from where this would come. Certainly, it should be from public funds, the consolidated fund or any other such public fund established under Article 175 from outside. Because if we should pry further, when it says any other monies, that is in H, any other monies approved by Parliament for payment into the fund, then we insist that we should add approved by Parliament from fund or whatever. That is not how laws are made. But this is a commitment to the executive that you have said this. Parliament is holding you by the tail, that provide the fund, this seed money for the fund. I don't know whether seed money is seed money. It's payable only once. So we ensure that in the leading budget, after the passage, it is put into the fund. That's how it is. Mr. Speaker, we just finished with the anti-money bill, the funds of the center. Sometimes you write sources of funds. Sometimes you write funds. We should be consistent. Perhaps to write funds for the fund. In this case, the National Research Fund. I think it's just to avoid use of the fund. That is why they've written sources of money for the fund. Otherwise, if you notice, it's usually fund or fund of so and so, right? Now, the one is when we said funds of the center are any other monies determined by the minister and approved by Parliament. Where is it coming from? Certainly from the consolidated fund and public funds. So I think it goes beyond any reason that when it is so stated, it should come from the consolidated fund or any fund that Parliament may approve for stocking such a fund. Mr. Speaker, so I believe you can put a question.
So what's the position? The proposed amendment of my
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is not being withdrawn.
So we can only go on by putting the question on it so that we move forward.
Very well. All in favor of? No, but that's the first one. The amendment is proposed amendment withdrawn. Item IV then. Item IV. Honorable III is what has been withdrawn. Oh, right. I thought you said it has been withdrawn. So I'll put the question. It's proposed that we should delete A of the proposed amendment. I. All I know. The nose. Item IV. Minority Leader. Honorable Chief Whip, the Minority Leader is in the House.
Proposed,
Honorable Chief Whip, the Minority Leader is in the House. He has not granted.
Just watching. No, go ahead. The proposed amendment is a paragraph B, delete 1, and insert 0.005. Mr. Speaker, the reason is when you check the 2020 budget, the national revenue is being estimated as 67 billion. We talk about 1% of that is to say that you expect that if, for example, 67 million will have to be put into the fund. Mr. Speaker, remember the whole of the district assemblies that we have 266 of them, including MPs and MP Common Fund, is 5% of the national revenue that is allocated, and to anticipate that 1% of this should be going to the fund. Mr. Speaker, you will be earmarking close to impossibility. You want to do things that the ministers will not be able to do, and to be extremely difficult for this House to hold him accountable. So if you look earmarking that have been done, it is better to be reasonable in your demand so that Parliament will be able to pursue it and get it done. That 1%, Mr. Speaker, is on a very high side, and I believe that yes, research is very, very important. Research and innovation, those works are important. But Mr. Speaker, as a third world country, struggling to come out of all our difficulties, saying that we should put 1% to this fund, right thing to do. And that's why we are proposing 0.005%. That, in my view, is more reasonable to achieve. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate doesn't mean that we will have to take 1% of NOSCAM. It can be 0.00001%, because it says up to. So you can start from 0.00001 up to 1%. That's the meaning. That's the meaning. And so it depends on how much you have, and then the minister will decide, or Parliament will decide what percentage. It's not up to 1%, up to 1%. Means that you can start from
not
the minimum.
exceeding 1%.
Yes, not exceeding 1%.
Honorable Minority, I thought you ceded your right to.
Speaker, I needed to settle, but thanks for the indulgence. Mr. Speaker, the chairman have made the case. I'm referring to 0.50, half of the one. Oh, that's why I'm correcting it. It's maybe I have to request table. No, I have table to provide the. It's not 0.0. I just was halving the one into 0.50. Because, Mr. Speaker, I had done the mathematical computation. After percent will be about 530 million of a revised budget. If it was the 67 billion, yeah, that will be about 70 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, the national kitty is one which takes care of every other government extra. And to earmark, we should be reasonable. Now, what the chairman have said is that up to 1% does not provide any certainty. Like the minister is going to say, this year I'm taking 0.5, next year 0.75. When you say up, there's no certainty in it. But I'm saying that to provide for certainty, let's just say that we are earmarking 0.501%. That will give you about 0.5. 0.5. Just half of it. That's what I mean mathematically. Which will give you about, yes, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, yes, because we are speaking for two reasons. National revenue will expand with time, and we are not going back here to reduce the 1% of that growing revenue. When you pass this law, I was referring to yesterday, I deliberately referred to a COVID budget. It's COVID that you have revised 530. If we were 67 and the economy grew, you probably could be doing 70 and going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I have seen ministers of finance struggle. I mean, if you know even the history of GET Fund, NHI, and others, they will tell you that hesitate cautiously, even our donors, because to take 530 when the minister has not given us in a year how much universities spend on research, I'm not sure it is that amount. I'm only sympathetic to him because I've seen strike actions which can only end with a pledge and pay book and research allowance. But it's normally not in this quantum. So we shouldn't be taken from the fund because we will disadvantage the consultant. For the record, Mr. Speaker, I'm only seeking to have the up to 1.5%. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the argument by the minority leader is very sound, except to say he says he wants to make it an exact figure of 0.5. But, Mr. Speaker, up to 1% make it would mean that the Minister of Economy or Finance must, because the law didn't say and left it blank. In fact, we should even constrain it more. We said that an amount of up to a certain percentage of the national revenue to be the fund by the Minister responsible for finance in quarterly installments. Have government assurance and all Parliament's ability to ask and demand this quarter how much have you paid. And the one up to 1% is good and flexible enough that if things are not going well, it can come lower, and if things are going better, it can go up. 530 million for research, in all honesty, it's not a huge sum of money. That is about $100 million, or slightly $1 million. And it is not a huge figure. The standard around the world should be about 2.5 to 3% for research and development. So we can agree that we should go up to, or if we say up to 0.5, then if we said up to 0.1, it's the same. It's the same, because every is the finance minister who will have the ability to come and decide. If we are saying 0.05, then as the economy is growing, that marginally growing, yes. So it will come back to the same.
Very well. So what is?
Mr. Speaker, I would say that for consensus bill, we will say 0.5%.
335 million.
335 million is just about $50 million. What research can it do? That's why we don't want to fund our research. Strictly speaking, yes, it's a seed fund, and even that one we are constraining by putting it in the law. So I do agree to 1%. Let's leave the discretion and ask the Minister of Finance how much is it. Or if you will pay 0.5 strict to, then no, we can't say up to 0. It's the money in research.
If it's so
At cabinet, they agreed that any amount up to 1%. That is the original bill sitting in front of you, up to 1%.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I still will maintain that we have that 1% to provide for certainty. And two, the minister is responding to his need and saying that 350 will meet his need. He should also compare against a national need. All the money going to the consolidated fund and just taking that percentage, even 350, Mr. Speaker, will fund research. I mean, this is 16 universities. Even if you were to give 26 universities, even if you were to give each of them 5 a year for research, that's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, and contain that. But the 1%,
the research is peanuts.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the numbers that we are, playing with, honestly speaking, if you want to do some serious analysis, 586 million cannot fund any good research in this country.
So how do you do the current research?
Apart from, Mr. Speaker, apart from the fund going in, we should also be looking at the potential jobs that we under this fund, because you need to.
It's all right. No, let's put the question. If we are going to reduce it to yes.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that we amend the B to read an amount not exceeding 0.5% of it. No. Yes. An amount
we need to
not exceeding 0.5% of the revenue. I think it will bring it down. Because that's already 335 million.
Other members, the proposed amendment is to delete 1 and insert 0.5. All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 3 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip. Chief Whip, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was just reminding them we had a gentleman agreement that 6 o'clock we're going to close. So you take the clause 4 so that we know that we'll continue from clause 5.
Very well. 4.
Bank account of the fund.
That's not, but yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause advertised amendment, I seek your leave and indulgence. It reads in the monies for the fund shall vest in the board. We are just creating a bank account of the words shall vest in the board. I'm not sure it belongs there. It should be the monies for the fund shall be paid in account, open for the purpose we use fund, with the approval of the Controller and Accountant General. But open for the fund can stand. But to use those shall vest in the board. If you read the head notes there, we are just creating bank account of the fund. So it should read monies for the fund shall be paid into a bank account open for the fund with the power of the Controller and Accountant General. You don't need to say shall vest in the.
Yes,
really, the minority leader is right. Most of the funds are bank accounts that we do. That's how we do it. But this, I'm drawing his mind to. This, even though heading was bank account of the board, is trying to say the administrator of the fund cannot so moto do anything with the fund without the board's permission. So it was trying to do 2 or 3 things at the same time. Vesting money in the board and opening a bank account. So I do agree that all the renditions that we have, if we are talking bank account, it is only a bank account that is open. But this is trying to say that the administrator of the fund, we have the common fund, not any board. That is only the administrator of the fund that does it. We have a Ghana Educational Trust Fund. that has an administrator who has even executive powers, even though it's a trust. So we want to distinguish and then say that. So we can split it, but we want also to say that the monies of the fund is vested in the fund, in the board, so that it's only the board that takes decisions concerning value of the funds.
The board is responsible for the management of the fund.
Yes, Boko Central.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. An innovation in terms of structuring funds like that. Because we've seen what has pertained in relation to the common fund, what has happened in relation to the common fund, the GET fund, what has happened in relation to the common fund, the GET fund, the GET fund, and the NHIA. And here we have structured a board that has representation from the CSIR, from the universities, from institutions that by themselves are very credible institutions. And so you need to be clear in the scheme of things that an actor is not the main player. He's only administering, and that the fund is vested in the board, so that the administration become an overbearing person in the administration and the management of the fund. So I think that clarity in letting whoever the administrator is know fund is not for you to do what you want to do with, but that it is the board. So I will support the current rendition so that the understanding will be that it is vested in the board, but then a bank account where the money will be paid.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I still maintain that the relationship between head notes and content in every bill, when we are told by writer, is bank account of the fund. We can come, as the Minister and the Honorable Ayarga have argued, to the functions of the board. Then you can add that the funds are vested in the board and they shall authorize expenditure. Then you create it as a function of the board. But bank account, I still don't think that is needed enough. When we come to 6 tomorrow, then you can create that. Whisper to leader that clause 4 and Winter Casa. And Mr. Speaker, we've tried. Mr. Speaker, I've tried with leader. So get it and then let us. Mr. Speaker, so they should separate it. Vesting the money in a bank account is not neat drafting. Let's create it as an additional function for the board in 6. When we get to clause 6, then we can put a rendition that the funds shall vest in the board and they shall authorize expenditure for the administrator. But to add it to bank account is not neat enough. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Leader, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I agree fundamentally with the thinking of the minority leader. That is coupling this in 4. That is vesting and opening a bank account. 2 separate matters. So it just should read, the monies for the fund shall be paid into, as we have been saying, opened for the purpose with the approval of the controller and the accountant general. That's the standard. So let's do it that way, and I will find space for vesting the fund in the board. I guess it could go under 6, but let it be a separate thing.
All in proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All in no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 4 is amended. Shall stand part of the bill. Say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is amended. Is ordered to stand out of the bill. I'll take clause 5 and bring proceedings to a close. Clause 5.
Governing body of the fund.
Proposed amendment to clause Clause 5, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 5. Add the following clause. The members of the board shall, before assuming office, take and subscribe to the official oath as specified in the schedule.
Our members in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet. The item 3, but I'm following the chairman now. When you say economics and social science, I'm just asking, why economics and social science?
Yeah, that stood out as against other social sciences.
Mr. Speaker, probably 1 to 5, so that we allow for sober reflection, because social sciences begins economics, the sociology, and others. So when you say economics and social science, you see, when we are crafting, we should law side that any person in the world reading it.
Or it will be economics and social sciences.
Yes. Mr.
Speaker, I see you are determined for economics to lead the social science. So.
This particular clause was one of the clauses that was subjected to a lot of people, the same industry, humanities is different from social sciences and is different from economics. And so, for emphasis sake, let's put all three. Because I thought when you said humanities, it could have been broad enough to cover all. But they told me, economics people said it's not part. Social sciences, so if we can agree, economics, social science, and humanities, if it's the same, you can't apply differently because of the technical committee is going to work with it. So I think let's vote.
Mr. Speaker, I would let economic science pass. But when you come to E, it says nominated by the minister in the relevant bodies. Now, which are the bodies there? When you Clause 5E. E. I haven't seen any advertised amendments. 5E. Following fields nominated minister in consultation with the relevant bodies. So science, technology, and mathematics, which is the relevant body? No, but this is law. Then you say information and communication technology, which is the relevant body. Is it NITA? Is it NCA? I'm just saying let's improve it. Then you say biotechnological genetics and genetics, relevant body. Who is the relevant body? Where those relevant bodies are the separation of statute, then you are guided. But this one, you are leaving a lent. Who is the minister going to consult? It says following fields: fund management, language and literature policies. Even language and literature cannot have policies. So the word policy there is wrong. You can say literature, but you don't add policies to that. No. Language and literature policies. So with knowledge in it.
Mr. Speaker, when you say the relevant body, it means you are admitting that there can be many bodies with relevance here. We have the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences stated here. We have a lot of bodies in these areas. So the minister will have to consult widely among them. And that is the way almost all our laws are couched. We cannot put all the names in. It's not exhaustive. So for all those fields, we have to consult widely to get. And you can say language policy. Mr. Speaker, since 1957, Ghana, we broadcast in only 9 languages. We have over 40 languages. We have started, just last year, we approved to be one of the national languages for education in this country. CISAL is following. You have to have a deliberate policy to encourage, or else we'll lose some of our languages.
It's a national language.
Yes, or those, even in parliament, we have languages, local languages, that interpreters you can speak with. And we have to expand it so that everything becomes inclusive. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have very serious concerns in relation to the governance of the fund. Mr. Speaker, this is an innovation, but let's not forget that this is a fund that is meant to support research, academia, the scientific community, and etc. And we have the governance arrangement being done in such a way that the minister effectively is in control. The minister, as defined by the Act, will effectively be in control of this fund. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 13 members. About 13 members. And 7 of the 13 will be nominated by staff. 7 of the 13 will be nominated by the Mr. Speaker, in view of the concerns about control of research, question really is whether or not the governance of the fund should be structured in such a way that ultimately control is in the hands of the minister by virtue of the people that he nominates to serve on the board. That for me is a fundamental question for a fund that we for research. And research, of course, has to be some independent thing that should not be easily amenable to political control. So I have some concerns with the idea of the minister nominating 7 people. But beyond that, I think the issue that the minority leader has raised is equally relevant. There's also certain levels in terms of the quality of the people that should be nominated and the pretense that those people are going to represent certain constituencies. I mean, it is too vague. Which constituencies? Like the leader has mentioned, the science and technology, engineering and mathematics. Relevant bodies. What are the relevant bodies in the area of science, technology, engineering and mathematics? And what is the mode of consultation? And what should be the evidence of consultation? And etc. It becomes a bit more difficult, especially for a body, a fund that we are committing to 0.5% of our revenue. I think that this construction of the governance arrangement needs to be thought through very carefully. Very carefully. I sympathize with efforts by ministers to control and funds. But in this very critical area of research funding, therefore, the extent of political control of the fund and how it is utilized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has even asked of what you said, the seat, especially the second part. Mr. Speaker, it is the president going to appoint by Article 70. It is the president who is going to appoint by Article 70, all the members. Are you saying that the president's power to appoint by Article 70 means that it's going to control? So it is not that way. It is because there are many relevant bodies in this. We have done laws in this house where even for faith-based organizations, we say that it will rotate among them every 4 years, and we have 13. So the minister, in bringing out this, will have to consult a wide range of people. And if maybe when you have a controlling tendency, the worst place you can is these research institutions. You can't go and put somebody who is not an active researcher on this board and think that you are a minister, you are going to control this board. It doesn't work that way. When you read, it said 7 persons with knowledge in industry and relevant expertise in the fields following fields, nominated in consultation with the relevant bodies. It didn't say the minister will nominate these persons. The minister is constrained because there are many people in such field. There's no field called STEM. There's fields, and in science we have the physical sciences and even other sciences. So you cannot put all of that in one legislation. You have to let the minister organize that. Thank you.
I think I have to put the question. Enough. Yes, I'll put this one question and bring proceedings to. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, will the minister enhance this bill by attaching a schedule which identifies the relevant bodies? Because otherwise, future minister, he has his idea of the relevant bodies. Future minister.
Honourable member, just propose the schedule and attach so that if they are not good. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I, some of these things we have to think through them. So, governing body of the fund, Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences will be on this board. So, I'll suggest that the 7 be reduced. Then 1 is dedicated to the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. And we know that at least the academic community are sitting on this. So instead of 7, it should be 6. Then we should have Ghana Academy of Science, Arts and Sciences. Whoever the president there, nominated by them to improve it. I so suggest.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is acceptable. We can keep the 7 and say Ghana Academy of Sciences. Well, listen, that Ghana Academy of Sciences should nominate 2 persons. 1 in the arts field and 1 in the science field. Don't improve it. You have to be patient. You just have to be patient and understand. Yes, because these, if you look at the 7, it's been constructed follow closely 2 objects of the fund. 2. So all mentioned there find themselves. So I support the honourable minority rendition. So if you can state it.
Very well. All in favour of the yes, leader.
I was just going to support what he said. That would delete.
2 persons.
Would delete the fund management. Fund management.
Yes,
what do we mean by that?
We haven't gotten there.
No, you are tired.
Yes.
You make mistakes.
We are there. In E Roman 7. We are saying that 7 persons with knowledge in industry, relevant expertise in the following in fund management.
Yes, fund management is important because they'll be invested.
The chairperson,
In that case, if you are bringing in
Then the fund management.
Council for Sciences, what call them Academy of Arts and Sciences.
No, fund management.
They will cover. They represent the social sciences group and also cover the sciences group. So you delete the 2.
Mr. Speaker, you want us to delete economics and social science expert and delete science, technology, engineering, mathematics? No. Mr. Speaker, the same will speak for human genome genetics. They are in the Academy of Sciences. So if they want to add, they are all there. But if you want to add specifically, it was suggested, and it was that no, the Academy of Arts and Sciences by legislation have a specific duty to advise the president. The Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences by legislation have a special duty to advise the president on arts and sciences generally in the country. So it needs to be here. They are already one of the consulting bodies that are advising the president.
The social science doesn't include language and literature.
No, we wanted a separate for people who are experts in language, not necessarily generally social science. So I think Mr. Speaker, we can.
Yes. So what's the position? I should put the question?
Mr. Speaker, the question as far as clause 5 is concerned.
Very well.
With the answer that is suggested.
The question that is before us is to include the subscribing to the official. The others we have abandoned them.
Yes.
Yes, the addition of the Arts and Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Yes. No.
Honourable Member, there's an amendment. Let me put the question on the advertised amendment. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Other amendments that were proposed by the minority leader have all been abandoned. What was pending was the Academy of Arts and Sciences. What is pending is the Arts and Sciences. And it's being explained that they are already consultants, and all these members here are also members of the Academy of Arts and Sciences. So it's like bringing them as a body and also bringing them as parts of the Arts and Sciences Academy. So I think we should proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you see, when we are passing legislation, they are all interested stakeholders. They tell the public that Parliament is law without even appreciating them. I mean, if it's a fund which is supposed to support research, for instance, one should be aware there are research bodies even outside Ghana, which has funded members of the Ghana Academy of Sciences with money maybe from Canada, from Fulbright. And so it's only fair that when we are doing our own legislation on funding for research, we recognize them as such. That is why I would say that the minister should just provide for one space for a representative of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Science. Because you can direct the draft people to put it in a cleaner language, maybe the president of the Ghana Academy of Sciences.
The problem is who to delete. Who to delete?
No, that's why I'm reducing the number. The 7 persons with knowledge in industry. Sincerely, fund management, you don't need to state it. Mr. Speaker, the president is a reasonable person. I'm setting up a fund. Even the chairperson must be somebody who is around in fund management to presume. No, at least the president is reasonable. You don't ask the president to nominate people into management fund, then the president will not have recourse to somebody. So you can delete VI. Even language and literature policies. Language and no, but I'm saying one dedicated to Ghana Arts and Sciences Minister. So reduce your 7 to 6. Then we have one for Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You agreed, Minister. It was a rendition, so now battling it again. We'll reduce your 7 to 6 persons. And as leader advised you, fund management, take it away. The chairperson will be somebody, I believe the president will nominate somebody with background in fund management. Then the one will be given to the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Perfect, Minister. Oh, fine. All right.
Yes. Speaker, delete BII, fund management, and do replace with President of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. So the 7 nominees, that one will be.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question is clause 5, as amended. Yes, Honourable Leader.
I just draw attention of the Minister to a formulation in 5E, Roman number 6, language and literature policies. If you go back
to object. They're talking about research into language and literature use, policy and development. So if the minister wouldn't mind, perhaps we would just insert language and literature, policy and development.
Honourable Minister, language and literature, policy and development. Yes, that's to you. All in favour of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 5 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no.
Mr. Speaker, the other one relates to the formation of the preambular of E. But I guess maybe we'll leave that one to the draft. It rather should read 7 persons nominated by the minister in consultation with relevant bodies with knowledge in industry, relevant expertise in the following fields. Because the persons with knowledge are the people listed below. That is how it should be. But as I said, we can ask persons.
Very well. Clause 5 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. I direct the draft persons to redraft subclause E to make it clearer. And our members, that is the end of consideration for the Ghana National Research Fund Bill 24 today. The House is adjourned to Thursday, 17 December 2020 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.